Well, hello, and welcome back. I'm AJ O'Neill, and we are going to do ourselves some live code. So the project that we're working on tonight is whoops, I meant to have this up that whole time there. So we're continuing our DuckDNS script, our dynamic IP updater script from a few days ago. Hey, how's it going, everybody? And basically, we got all the core functionality is done in terms of we're actually using an environment file to store our secret token. We have the script that actually runs, it has a timer on it, it does the updates. We're storing the last known IP address so that, or retrieving it and comparing it to the current IP address so we know whether or not to actually run the update. Some of this is a little bit over engineered in terms of the efficiency that we need to have, but it's a good exercise and it's what we would want to do. We want to minimize the number of requests and things that we have to make if we can. Anyway, the next bit that we need to do is to have some sort of command to be able to run this once and some way to install it so that we don't have to start it manually, so that when the system boots up and I log in, it's running. Or when the system just boots up, period, it's running, whether we want it to be a system service or a user service. So generally on Mac OS, we want it to be a user service. Generally on Linux, we want it to be a system service. So that's what we're going to be working on. So with that said, give me just 1 second here. I think that there is a little bit, I don't know if I'm a little bit dark. Is that better in terms of color? Okay, and let me double check we got the mic on here. Let's do a quick soundbite check. Oh, that's not okay. Let's get our little bit of music going here. And then okay, excellent. And one more sound check. Okay, that's a little loud, but I don't think I'm going to hit that too often, so we'll be all right. Let me just go ahead and adjust one. I'm just going to adjust the sound real quick. Sorry, I didn't do this before, and then we'll go ahead and jump into it. By the way, feel free to introduce yourself. Tell me who you are, what you're doing, where you're coming from, and what you hope to learn tonight. Let's see, mic plus soundboard. Let's see, that's input, and output is external headphones. Let's go ahead and take the speaker volume down a little bit. There we go, that's better. Okay, now with all that out of the way, we'll go ahead and resume our labors. Now, I don't actually remember where I put this. Let's see. Where did I put it? Let's see, we just go back here a bit. Nope, it's none of those things. Projects, root, DuckDNS, nope. Let's see, did I put it in the Beyond Code folder? Did I put it in the Home folder? Did I just put it straight in the Projects folder? Did I put it into the Temp folder? Alright, so I don't actually know where that was. I'm going to go ahead and just have to clone the repository again, I guess. Unless, let me see if I can find it the old-fashioned way with search. Sorry I didn't bring that up beforehand. It's been so long. Let's see here. Just starting a search on the other screen. Projects. I have no idea where this went. So we're going to clone it again. And this time I'm going to put it in the Beyond Code folder. So projects, beyond code. Let's see, do we have anything in here? Nope. Okay. Alright, that one just showed up in the search. So it seems like if it was going to show up in search, it would have. Okay. Oh! I know where it is. I know where it is. It's on the beta server. I remember. I remember now. This is where we put it. Voila. Okay. That makes more sense. All right. So we have the basic usage of this thing. Whoa. I don't know what that was all about. So it tells us we can run it with a subdomain. And then let me just try a bad subdomain. And then, great. And so it tells us what's missing when it's missing. That's awesome. And then, you know, I kind of want a list so that I can see, so that if I run this and I say list, it'll show me which domains it's currently tracking. So let's go ahead and implement that real quick. That wasn't on our list, but I can tell that I need it. So I'm going to go ahead. So we have this main function, and what we're going to need to do, let me just pop here, to do list this. We're going to need to have some flags, and the way that we're going to do that is with case statements. What that's going to allow us to do is right now the usage prints out DuckDNS.sh run, right? So what we want to have as the usage is we want to be able to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. We want to have run. We want to have list. We want to have install subdomain. And we want to have maybe uninstall, something like that. And so we're going to use a case statement to figure out which of the subcommands. Oh, and then we'll also want help, of course. And then we'll want the help to basically be the default option. So this right here, we're going to have as probably our help function is what we'll turn this into. And then some of this other stuff will be absorbed into one of those subcommands. Okay, so let's take a look. Now, I am actually not super familiar with how we do case statements. And I have an old-fashioned book, believe it or not, that I just bought recently. And we're going to do some study sessions using this book. Let me see if I can pull it up on the screen here for us. Just one second. Oh. It's not wanting to show up today. Okay, so we're not going to be doing that one. Never mind, I'll just look it up online. So, and I'm going to, I will search bash because it's a more popular search term than POSIX. And I did find out, by the way, that the correct term for POSIX, or the correct pronunciation of POSIX is POSIX, as in I'm positive for POSIX. I think it should be POSIX. I'm hard on that. You know, I'm set on that, but it is in fact pronounced POSIX. So I will start saying POSIX. So case switch flags. And this is the basic. So like I was saying, generally I search for how to do something in bash, and I have shell check installed. And then at the top, just like we talked about last time, I've got the shebang for the POSIX shell. And if you have the POSIX shell shebang, then when you run the script, whether it's with bash or ZSH or KSH or whatever it is, it will detect it and it will put it in POSIX mode. So we need our main to have run and list, and then we will do run and list and help. So I'm actually going to make a new function. I'm going to put it just above here. I like the main function to be the very last one. And this is going to be run. And what was in main, I guess I should have just renamed what was main to run. There we go. Uh-oh. So something is messed up badly enough that, oh, I've got that in the wrong order. Okay, there we are. Main references arguments, but none are ever passed in. That's actually fine, because what we are going to do is... Let's see. I guess maybe we could just get rid of main. No, I do want main because I actually want the ability to do nothing. And I don't know if this will work or not. Ah, it looks like it will. Yeah. Because I want a way for us to source this and to have nothing be done. Actually, what I might need for that... Let me think about that for a second. Because if we source it, no. What I might need is something like if... Well, I'm just going to put to do here because we'll do this in just a minute. So what I want to have is some sort of condition where if there is a variable that is set, so let's say DuckDNS.sh no-op. I guess we could just do that. So if false, or I guess we could say true. Oh, and that would be single equals. So this is the test command. Remember, this is not syntax. This is if, and then a command, and then. There is no if syntax in POSIX shell. The opening bracket is a command. Well, actually, it's a built-in function, but same difference. And these are all arguments to the command, including the final closing bracket. That is an argument to the open bracket built-in function. All right, so return 0, I think is what we want to do in that situation. And then we're going to have a run and a list. And then we're going to pass in my subcommand, my subdomain. And we need to pass those in quoted because we want them to keep any spaces that they might happen to have in them, although they shouldn't have spaces in them. All right. So I'm going to go back up here to the top, and I'm going to say my subcommand will be the first argument. And then, like I said, this is just going to be a help function. So let's go ahead and turn this into a help function. And actually, I may be able to get away just not doing this like that at all. I don't, in this particular case, we're going to let main access a variable that's in the broader scope here. Okay. And I may want, I already have this called run. What do we do when we want it to be just once? Let me see, what did I have here? Add subcommands with usage and examples, just doc so far. Okay, enable, disable, update, set, run. Okay. So I'm going to add the list right now. So what list should do, and I'll figure out what order these all should go in a bit. But list should... Oh, here's something we haven't done yet. So you can have... Hey, everybody, how's it going? You can have a for loop over a directory. So we're going to do for my domain in .config DuckDNS.sh. I'm going to say domain env, do, done, echo. And what we want to do here is actually base name. Oops, and I think we get rid of the $sign on this one. My domain env, and then .env. And that should give us our list. Okay, missing glob expansion. Now, there is a danger that we run here, which is that if there is nothing, and I'll have to test this in POSIX mode, but if there's nothing in DuckDNS.sh, if the directory is empty, then the asterisk can be interpreted literally rather than being interpreted as an expansion. So what we'll get is an error that says file not found asterisk. So we also need to do this mk if not. So this is the only syntax of the if, is the not. The syntax, the if does not take, it does not understand anything else. And I think the not may actually be just part of, you can put that in front of any command in any situation. So if you want the default, if the default value of a command is false but you want it to be true, I think you just put it in front of it as a general rule. But the not is something that the if understands. That's the only syntax, and it may not even be special to the if. Okay, so if not directory this, then let's just cop out and say none. And actually with this one, I do want to be able to have some spaces in front. Like that. Directory does not exist. And we could just do -e because I don't really care if somebody turns it into a symbolic link. And then there's a way to test whether or not this glob matches anything. And I need to figure out what that is because I don't remember off the top of my head. So let's see here. And I actually want to ignore that because I don't want it to expand. Oh, maybe I should just put the literal here. That's probably what I should do. We're going to use literal quotes because literal quotes aren't expected to have any expansion. Oh, okay. Let me go find the shell check that I need to disable for this. Shell check. Here we go. 2088. All right. Whoops. Okay. So what I actually want to do is create this as an empty directory. I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick. So .config DuckDNS.empty. I'm just going to make that directory. And then let's see if I want to run DuckDNS list. Okay. Alright, we need to put this as part of probably dep check. I'm going to move this into dep check. So this was our check to see if the necessary env file exists or not. We're probably going to have to break that down. Okay. DuckDNS. Where was this? Okay. See, here is the problem. It interprets this as a literal star. So let me take a look at that again. What do I need to do here? Because I think if we put multiple things in there, if I remember correctly, so let's go in here and put A and B. I think when we run it now, we're going to get A and B. Yes. So, okay, POSIX, glob, expansion, 0 entries. POSIX. Am I saying that right now? Alright, let's see what people say. So again, the problem, and if anybody knows the answer to this, please let me know. I have solved this once before, but I think the solution I had was bash specific, and I want this to be POSIX. So we're trying to find, for each entry in the directory, we want to do this thing. POSIX for each file in empty directory. How to check if a file is empty. Another way to do this let's see. POSIX shell. Another way to do this would just be to test to see if it's an asterisk. Now, it is possible that you do have a folder called asterisk, but in this case, we know that's not the case, or that you could have a file called asterisk. Okay, so my question is, how do we handle the 0 case? By the way, a reminder from me to myself to remind you, if you like what you like, you get more what you like. So consider like, sub, follow if you want to, and come join us in the Beyond Code Discord if it suits you. Okay, null glob. Okay. Let's see. POSIX null glob. Let's see. Okay, sure. I think that this might be an appropriate situation to ask ChatGPT. All right. Oof, how should I phrase the question? How do I match 0, or how in a POSIX shell script, how can I iterate for loop over directory entries, accounting for including when there are 0 entries? I don't know if that's... No. I mean, I guess so. But there's a problem with that, because if something contains spaces, so this is not the general solution, because if something contains spaces, then this is going to split that up. So if I had a file named foo space bar, then what will happen here is that I would get foo and bar as separate entries. So that's something that we just need to test on real quick. Let me add that to my test cases here. So so let's say foo and bar like this. So if we list that, and this is why I didn't want to use that way of doing it. Okay. Can you provide an example that works when there are 0 entries in the example where the loop doesn't execute when there are 0 entries in the directory, and that... Well, I don't want to ask it to do two things. I mean, that's correct. Okay. Can you make it handle files with spaces in the name as well? Okay. So it's coming up with results that are correct, but it's getting more hacky as it goes. And I think that the correct option is going to be this, either shop null glob. I think this is the right way to go about it. Or there was something else. POSIX shells. Let's just search shopped POSIX shell. shopped. POSIX mode. Shell command language. This is the publication for the POSIX shell. Okay, do we have shopped? Okay. If the command name matches the name of utility listed in the following table, the results are unspecified. Oh, man. I think the least hacky way to do this is going to be to test handle special case of 0 matches. Star becomes literal. Alright, so if and then we could make this literal. If star is my domain env, then fee echo. Whoops. What did I do? Oh, I forgot to close it. There we go. Echo 1, 2, 3, 4. No env files. No subdomains have been configured. All right. Yeah, to me this feels the least hacky. I don't want to have to do something where I mess with the internal field separator. Let's go back over here and see what GPT said. Yeah, okay, so then yeah. So it's, I kind of think that GPT is doing a worse job as it goes along. It is, this does work, but now, look at all we're doing here. We're introducing find, we're doing a print 0, we're adjusting the IFS. You know, so I don't really like the direction that that's heading. This is good. I probably should rename that from empty to let's say test, and then I'll make it empty again, and then let's run this again. Oh, that's not what I expected. All right, let's try this one out. Yeah, I'm kind of confused by that. Let's try and see what the whole thing is. My domain, whoops, domain env. Ah, it's becoming literal. Okay. And there is... Okay. So we need this to be my domain equals I'm okay with overriding that. All right. Hey Coleman, how's it going? Oh, and by the way, Baikal, sorry I didn't say hello by name earlier. Thanks for your comment or your suggestion. Hey Coleman, so I am working on a dynamic DNS updater script using DuckDNS, and this is part 2 of, I think, just a 2-part series that I am going to be turning into the project for a POSIX shell scripting course that I am imagining. This is part of working towards that, because this is, I think, a really good example for other stuff that I am going to be doing in the broader scope of some software engineering material that I'm working on. And the POSIX shell is what you use in Docker. It's what you use if you want things to work between Mac and Linux, and to some degree Windows. It's like Bash, but much simpler. A lot of the special cases are taken out of it. And so I'm writing this as a POSIX script because it's easier to learn. The behavior is more consistent across platforms. And if you are going to be doing DevOps in the world of today, POSIX scripting is the most important scripting you need to know. And there is only one resource on it, which is the official manual. Because most people, the way they learn POSIX scripting is they learn Bash, and then they unlearn Bashisms. So you first learn Bash, and then you learn, okay, which of these things that I've been learning are actually POSIX, because Bash is a POSIX compatible shell, but it's got just some kind of crufty stuff layered on top of it that is there because Bash was invented before the POSIX standard was invented. The POSIX standard is based off of the original Bourne shell, so Bash is the born again shell, and then POSIX has its roots closer to the Bourne shell. So back in the day, this is kind of a tangent from the project, but important information to understand. Back in the day, Bash was actually a good interactive shell. Nowadays, Bash is a terrible interactive shell. You would never want to use Bash as your interactive shell, meaning the shell that you actually type at. So back in the day, Bash was a pretty decent shell for scripting because it had POSIX mode, and people didn't really care about POSIX back then. And it was a pretty decent interactive shell because it had these extra features that aren't specified by the POSIX shell specification. But nowadays, if you want to go old school, that would be ZSH, which Mac has finally adopted after, 20 years or whatever. And if you wanted to be on the kind of stuck in the 90s rather than stuck in the 80s, then you'd go, because POSIX shell is kind of like stuck in the 60s, and Bash is a great progression. And then, anyway, it's just kind of funny because the fish, its slogan is, let me actually bring it up. Fish shell. Finally, a command line shell for the 90s, because the state of shells has just been so terrible. Oh, so fish is the most advanced interactive shell, the thing that you actually want to have installed. That's what I have installed. That's why I showed this in the previous session, but if I start typing something, it shows up in red if it doesn't find an actual command, but then once it's found the command, it changes colors to let me know that it's found the command. And as you might be able to see, it's kind of a light gray right there, but it has auto hints and whatnot. So fish is the shell that I would recommend to anybody as interactive. I would not recommend it for scripting because it is not POSIX compatible. It is a clean break from POSIX. But I'd recommend it. I do recommend it for the interactive shell, and I recommend POSIX for shell scripting. So I've already done most of the work. We already have the DuckDNS updater working. We need to now get some helper utilities. So I'm developing the list of subcommands for how we're going to be able to use this utility. And this subcommand is to list items in a directory. And the problem is that there's kind of a bug that has been standardized, which is that if you go to list items in a directory and the directory has 0 items in it, then instead of getting nothing, you will get the glob, the asterisk, which is supposed to expand into the items in the directory. If the directory is empty, then it expands into the glob pattern, becomes a literal rather than a glob pattern. So this is one bug in the POSIX standard that was never addressed and kind of can't be addressed for historical reasons. So anyway, it seems like the best way to handle it is just to take the dir name and maybe I could even maybe I should have it go this way. Actually, let's see. Let's do it like this actually. No, I think this is the better way to go about it. Okay, so if the base name of the entry is just a star, then we know that we're handling the special case of 0 matches where the star becomes literal. Okay, no subdomains have been configured. All right, cool. So I like that. We're going to go with it. Whoops. Okay. So now we've got our list command done. So I can see what's done there. And then I wonder... I don't have a good way to go about that. We need a way to just run the update manually. So I'm going to have to go back into our run function. And we're going to need a way to... I think we'll just call this update. That's probably what we'll do. Or I do kind of want to prefix these. This is not something that you often see. But I want to prefix these so that it's clear that they are... that it's not conflicting with anything else on the system. So I think I'm going to call this _run _list _help. I believe there actually is a help command, is there not? Yeah, there is. So yeah, I don't want to conflict with any of the existing commands. So we're going to do update. And then we're also going to do a set command. Update IPs. Alright, so run is going to run in a loop. Yeah, maybe we can leave that as... Let's see here. Because we need another command, update, that is going to check for the dependencies, whether or not they're installed, and then run update. Okay. Very interesting. I don't know anything about code, but I've always kind of wanted to learn. Love this Mario Galaxy song, by the way. Yeah, so the music is from OC Remix. So I'm a big fan of VGM. Alright. So we're going to have update. And I want to have this alphabetical. So we're going to have LMNQRS. And then we're going to have one that is set as well. So let me see what I need to do to have one called set. Oh, this is kind of weird. It is not complaining that this function isn't defined. I would expect shell check. I wonder if there's a way to tell shell check to complain if the given function doesn't exist. If there's a way, if there's some sort of standard or de facto way to say this is a function, check to see if it's available. Alright, so we got the list. That one's implemented. And then what is set going to look like? We're going to have a clear. So I think that'll just be DuckDNS clear. Maybe we should call this clearing IP addresses rather than unsetting. And then what will my set look like? QRS. I want the list to be up above. I'm going to try to have the functions in alphabetical order. And the way we present them in the help doesn't need to be alphabetical order necessarily, although it might help. But the way that I have them here, I want to be in alphabetical order because then you know where to put it when you go to edit it. Hey, what's up, awesome guy? Any update regarding the project? This is a project. So this is a project that we're going through. So I will projectize this, but this is a shell scripting project. So we've got some criteria. This is only going to be these 2 sessions. I'm going to finish up with this before midnight, maybe. So we're putting in some subcommands for a POSIX shell script. POSIX is so... it should be POSIX. POSIX, not POSIX. But it is POSIX. It just feels so wrong. I've been saying it wrong for so many years. And it just doesn't roll off the tongue quite as well. Anyway, so we have... for the set command, or the set function that we're writing, we're going to need to take an IP address. So we're going to have my... Whoops. Oh, let me see what's going on here. Just one second. Yes. That was my wife asking me a question. No, this is not PHP. This is POSIX shell. Okay, so what this is going to be is my IP is going to be whatever the first parameter to this is. So this is going to be... How will this work? So this needs a subcommand, a domain, and then an IP address. I think those are the arguments that we can have. So what we need to determine is if this looks like it's IPv4 or if it looks like it's IPv6. And I think the simplest way to do that is going to be to test if it has three dots or if it has multiple colons. And I don't think that there's an easy way to do this. So let's see. Write a POSIX script that counts the number of dashes in a string. Okay, yeah, it's... And I don't think that's POSIX. I think that that's a bashism there. I could be wrong. Oh. I kind of like that approach, too. That's pretty simple. Anyway, I don't think we need to do intense validation on this. It just needs to be, does it look like this, or does it look like that? How can you count the length of a string in POSIX script? Yeah, so this is one that I don't use very often. Come on, just give me the... Okay, so pound in front of the name is the length of the string. Oh, but I don't know if it has a way to compare numbers. How do you compare numbers in a POSIX script? All right. Yeah, that looks good. So what I want to do, we're going to do another case. And we're going to do case for my IP. And then I think what we have here is I think we can do dot star. And I think we can do colon star. So... and then we can do this, of course. So return 1. Echo. Let's see, is this how it's done? So echo not a valid IP address, IPv4 or IPv6 address. And then I like to put it in quotes so I know. There we go. Oh, I did something wrong. IPv4, IPv6. All right, what have I done wrong? All right, we've got this. We've got the case. Oh, I didn't end it with ESEC, which is case backwards, by the way. Okay, let me check comments again. Can you please make a video on how to deploy a basic Node app for production using DigitalOcean, like I've a project, a bunch of machines selecting user for deployment? Yeah, so that actually exists. So that one is already there for you. It's on the Beyond Code YouTube. It is under, it's probably under playlists. Let's see. Let me just do a search here. So, DigitalOcean. This one right here. It's part of Beyond Code Bootcamp 2021. So, I'd say check out the playlist itself, because it has, I think there's a video before and the video after might be of interest to you. So let me go ahead and just click share here, grab that. Bloop, bloop. I think this one has that. I do have a couple of videos like that. This is not the only one, but I will make an updated one too. Let's see. Boop. All right, so now we've got this. So we've got subcommand, subdomain, and let's see. How does the work? Update IPs. Okay, and this one does have subdomain. So I think I'm going to do it this way. So if it's not empty, that's what the N stands for. If it's a non-empty string, my IPv6, then we're going to run update IPs. And we're going to pass in both of them. My IP, my IPv6. Okay. And then we're going to return 0, unless it returns something else. If that's not the case, then we're going to try to figure out, is this IPv6? Or is this IPv4? Or it's just not valid. So let me go ahead and try to run that. So I'm going to run DuckDNS list. Let me go ahead and fix this, because this was not the real one. Alright. So I'm going to say set beyond foo 192.168, and that's going to come back. Oh, okay. Let me try like that. Sorry, I'll show what I did in just a second. Good. All right. So what I'm showing here is glob matching is different from regular expression matching. So we'll talk about regular expression matching another time, but glob matching generally only uses a single or a double star. And a single star means anything, any number of times. So it could be nothing, or it could be any character. And then there's a colon, and then there's anything, any number of times. So that is the star glob. Oh, excuse me. You can get more specific. You could do things like A through F. So 0 through 9, A through F. I think that this will work in this type of glob. I'll try it out and see what happens. And then, but anyway, so this one right here, the dot, normally in a regular expression, In a regular expression, the dot means any character, and star means 0 or more times. But in a shell glob, star means any character 0 or more times in of itself. And so dot in a shell glob is a literal period. So here, for example, and I don't think that in a shell glob we have the ability to specify how many times something is matched, but I do think we have the ability to say what is matched. So for example, I could put 0 through 9 here, and that would be correct. And I could put 0 through 9. And so this, I think, sorry, let me go back to that real quick. So there's a 0 through 9 with the brackets. If the glob is working the way that I think, that'll mean anything, any number 0 through 9, the brackets will tell it to expand that out 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And it knows that because of the, not because it's doing math on numbers, but because of the ASCII character sequences. And then same thing over here. So let's see if this actually works still. It seems like it still works. Let me try this. I think that if I do this, if I did A and then B, yeah, I will say it's not valid. Good. Okay, so this glob works. And then this glob, let's see if this glob works. So now, if I say colon, it says nothing. If I do colon, colon 1, it should say it's IPv6. If I just throw in some random letters, it should work. But if I throw in, oh, okay, no. If Z is right there, okay, that's not valid. So this is very rudimentary checking, but it does the job for what it needs to do right now. Okay. My IPv6, it says was modified. Changes might be lost. Ah. Okay. Let's call it IP2 instead of IPv6. My IP1. Okay, and then in the set, it would be my IP2. My IP1. Let me double check on where there's my IP. And I'll respond to comments in just a second. My IP1, my IP1. All right, and so this, what this would be is update IPs, and we're going to give it an empty string, and we're going to give it my IP1, and this other one, we're also going to do update IPs, and then we're going to give it the empty string for the other one. And I actually don't really like the syntax of putting it all on one line. I think I'm going to just undo that everywhere because it's harder to read. Okay. That's better. Okay, so now we have our set command. So we can do a one-off. So I'm going to try this out now. So we're going to have 192.168.1. No, maybe 127.0.0.1 and ::1. Interesting. Why did that become IPv6 none? Oh, because we're not actually supposed to be doing update IPs here. I need to have something else. DuckDNS update. That's what it should be. Okay. This is what I should have done. Alright, so that is, in fact, the more low-level function. So here we can do dep check as well. Okay. Alright, I made one basic project. Want to see it? Yeah. Go ahead and send it in the Beyond Code Discord. And I will check it out either tomorrow or Saturday. How does that sound? I want to focus on just getting this finished up tonight. If that's all right with you, good sir. Okay. So let's try this again. I'm going to run this. Parameter not set. Ah, yes. Okay. Alright, load env. That's, I need a different function that is load env. Looks like. And this needs to go into here. No, that makes sense for dep check. And then load env is just going to be... We're just going to load it twice. That's going to be fine. Or, wait. I could see this working out okay. Nah, I think I just want to leave it there. And then wherever DuckDNS token is used, let's see, where is it used? Is it actually used anywhere? So, alright, we can load this here. And then we can load it here. It's kind of a weird way to do it. I might reorganize that later. But basically the principle that I'm trying to achieve here is to use a functional style of POSIX scripting where we are relying on functions that have scope and to kind of isolate the dependency that each function has on another. Alright, so we're going to have run, we're going to have set, subdomain, IP, IPv, v4 or IPv6. And then this would just be IPv6. Okay, and we have list, we have install. I think I said it was going to be enable, disable. We probably need a check command that will show us the current IP address. Let's do check IP. Show IP. My IP. Not sure. Alright, so if I look for dig, this is how we're going to show the IP addresses. Sorry, I thought we were going to get to... I thought we were going to get to the other bit sooner of actually doing the install, but we'll get to it. Oh, whoops. Hey, check this out. I'm glad that I looked here. So this is a bug fix that needs to be applied. So presently, that would only work for Beyond Foo. I actually am going to stash my changes and bug fix this real quick. Okay. Git stash. Git checkout-b fix. Where did that go? Right here. Okay, so this should be my subdomain. It should not always be checking just Beyond Foo. Oh, yep. And then we do need to do that as well. So let's go ahead and get the quotes on that. Okay. Fix. Remove accidental hard-coded domain. Okay, let me go ahead and make a pull request for this. Bring that on over here. All right. And then I'll go ahead and just merge that into main. Or pull it into main. It's a rebase, not a merge. And of course it's going to have a conflict because, did you catch what I did? And one of them has quotes and the other one does not. So we can just get rid of the one that does not have quotes. And then I'm not sure why this was upset. Because the two are right next to each other. Alright, we need to have show IPs. And then we need to have some sort of shared check for the subdomain. Do we currently have any if subdomain? Ah. Yes. So let's take this out and do check subdomain. And I kind of want exit 1. Maybe I can just do return 1 here. So here, I actually do want to do exit 1, but if the person asks for help, then we don't want to exit 1, we want to exit 0. Okay. So we have show IP. Let's go ahead and get my IP in here and get LM. And I think that one comes out of IPify right here. So we're going to have my IPs. Where was my IPs? Oh, my IP. There we go. Excellent. And then I kind of want to take... Let's go back to our list function here. So what we're going to do is we're going to make this a little bit easier to use. So this is what I'm going to say. Missing subdomain. Argument. Try one of these. And then we will run list. All right, let's try that. So if I run this run IP, that makes sense. So if I say show IP and I forget, I forget to put the subdomain. Show IPs first. I should say check subdomain. Okay, cool. So this looks good. All right. Now let's see if I can set these again. I want to do DuckDNS set updating IPv4 and IPv6. Good. IPv4. Just going to find where I put that message. Updating IPv4 and IPv6. And let's just have these in here. What's up, Snarfurb? Updating IPv6. Updating IPv4. I'm glad you like it, man. Okay, now, oh, it doesn't like the fact that I'm doing variables there. That's right. Okay, so %s. And then we'll have another %s here. If I remember correctly. And we'll do the same thing here. Whoops. %s. Kind of interesting the way that you end up needing to do this between echo and printf. For a while I was thinking, you know, you just don't need echo. But that's not true. You still need echo even though there is printf. Because echo takes a variadic number of arguments, meaning that it takes 0 or more arguments, whereas printf has a specific number of arguments that it must take. So you can define how many it is. Here, the first string specifies how many additional arguments need to be taken with the %s. Printf can also be used to print quoted strings. All right, cool. I kind of want to show IP. Why is this taking so long? That seems a little bit weird. That took a really long time. Whoa, and it gave bad data. Let's see what DuckDNS has to say about all this. So let me get out of here, out of here, out of here, out of here, out of here. Close out some of these things so we're not so distracted. And if I refresh this and I sign in with Beyond Code, Okay, so this is correct. So why is it possible that what this is printing out is wrong? Is there a second bug here? My domain IPv6. Let me just try running this by hand. Beyond foo. What is going on? It's taking a really long time. And I got nothing back. Let's get rid of the short and see what's going on there. Maybe even put in a trace. Okay, so this is saying that there's another 10 minutes. What is it? Ah, 5 minutes, not 10 minutes. So this would be an example of negative caching. So it has cached the authoritative "there is no record." So the next time it goes to fetch it, it's getting back "there is no record." But that authoritative "there is no record" response happens to last longer than when there is a response. So I'm just going to try to run a trace on this a couple of times, because sometimes that clears up caches, because it causes all of the name servers to be hit all the way down. Yeah, so we're going to have to wait about 5 minutes until this gets cleared up. So that's interesting to know. If you have an IP address, the IP address can be updated every 60 seconds, but if you remove an IP address, it can only be updated every 10 minutes, it looks like. Okay. Git checkout. Now, what was my other branch called? Git fetch. Git branch. Git checkout. Subcommands. Git diff. Head tilde1. What? Conflict in README? How could there be a conflict in the README? Oh, I see how there could be a conflict in the README. Alright, something's funky going on with the internet. I'm getting kind of some weird speed and jitter here. Okay, so let's go ahead and clean this up. Basically, well, okay, there's the original. Usage, example, okay. Usage, example. And then this is the difference between... Oh, I want to get this up on Webby. which that we don't have yet. So I'm actually going to leave this one in here for now. Well, let's see. Yeah, I think we're going to have a third session where we get this up on Webby, actually, because I'm definitely not going to do that tonight. So there's readme, get, rebase, continue, get stash pop. Okay. Let me check and see what all subcommands we have. Should we call this get instead of show, maybe? Another thing I want to do is I want this to be somewhat educational. So I would actually like it to show what the command is as well. So echo the command. Same thing here. Echo the command. And maybe we could... Hey, how's it going, everybody? Well, maybe it would just be fair enough to not... have any additional formatting, but just show it like this. Okay, I think that works. Well, it does need something in front of it. Actually. Well, no, because if somebody wanted to put this in a script, this is what they should put in the script. So that's well enough. IPFI. And then I should do the same thing here, where we just echo and then run. And then echo. And then run. Oh, except here we do have a little bit of extra that we're doing. Okay, this one does have a little bit of extra to it. So maybe... All right, let's try. So that's show IP, and this is my IP. Why is that taking so long? Can we set a timeout with curl? Curl timeout. All right, max time 5.5. Oh, maybe it doesn't like me doing it so quickly. All right, well, there we go. Cool. All right, let's get back to the goals here. Subcommands that we wanted to implement. We still do not have either of these set up a new subdomain. So there was one important thing that I wanted to do with setting up the new subdomain, which is showing how to read a password. So POSIX shell read password. I think I'm trying to remember where I did this. This was one where I think it is necessary to modify I'm going to go check my bash cheat sheet real quick, or my scripting cheat sheet. See if I can find out. All right, script, JavaScript, browser, JavaScript, bash. Shall no. Let me see. I'm trying to remember where I had this, because this is one of those things that is not intuitive to figure out. I think the basis of it was this STTY disable echo. Oh, interesting. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I want to incorporate some of what is going on here. That makes sense. See, I'm gonna try the same. Ask for a password and a POSIX compliance shell. Yes, this was the little tricky bit. So a password can contain a space, and so or a tab, and so the IFS needs to be set to nothing. But there was something where it actually... I think where you could have asterisks and stuff. Okay. Well, I'm going to make a new cheat sheet entry for myself. POSIX and bash scripting cheat sheet. I'm going to take the basis of this. Always read from the TTY even when redirected. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Okay. Save the current TTY settings. Oh yeah, this one's really good. He's covering all of the bases. Interesting. Okay, dev TTY. I think I learned something really important here. This dev TTY bit in particular. Let's see. On Mac, do we have dev TTY? Oh, it is getting a little late. Oops. Okay, we do have TTY on Mac. And then I thought there was some case where we don't have it or it's not the right thing. Okay, we've got it in Linux. Alright, so dev TTY is the right thing to do. Alright, so minus echo. pasted token will not be shown. Hit enter after pasting token. Token will not be shown. Oh, whoops. I need to be doing this on the other screen. Sorry. I forgot what I was doing there. Alright, so we're going to have a read token function. How's it going, ForGod? So we're going to have a read token function. Token. And I kind of want to make this out of a general read secret. So we're going to turn this into two things here. So this is going to be echo my secret. And this will be my secret. So I'm actually going to flippy do these. And then we're going to do my prompt is equal to whatever comes in here is 1. So then we're going to have my prompt. So we're going to say read secret. And then we're going to give it this. And then we are actually going to be capturing what comes out. Actually, no, wherever we read token, that's where we're going to be capturing it. Oh, wait, this means, oh, I gotta think about this. Wait, why is echo not an option? Because it's going somewhere that can be redirected? Let me see if I can learn what's going on here. Echo is generally not an option. Okay, I see what they're getting at there. They don't want it to be expanded. inappropriately. Return the password for reply. My password. My password. Seems like we could just take this out. So, prompt on TTY. And then read it in, and then put a new line. Where else is echo being used here? Exit return value. So this whole bit is so that we can read in the token. So this would be my token is equal to this. And then we're going to do echo DuckDNS token equals my token. And that's going to go into .config DuckDNS.sh. So here, mkdir-p so we're going to make the config directory. The token will not be shown. Just hit enter after pasting it. Not be shown. There we go. Alright, and then I want to get that into my subdomain.env. Alright, there we are. And we're going to have okay, read token, read token, read token. When are we going to call this function? Let me take a look at my subcommands branch here. Enable foo. Let's call it maybe init. Show IP, run subdomain list. Help. Alright, so let's have an init here. Oops. Alright, so we're going to check the subdomain. And then I kind of want to do this depth check too. Let's see. env check. That's what I'm going to call this for now. Alright, looks like I'm not going to be able to make this in just one session. We'll get a little bit further on this, but we're probably going to have a part 3. It's taking a little longer than I was expecting. So we'll have an env check. So we can say if env check, then echo, and then we can say exists. Let's try this. There we go. I think that'll be all right. And I would not necessarily consider this an error. And then echo added. Created. There we go. Okay, the token will not be shown. Just hit enter after you paste it. Read secret. And then take the secret. Okay, let's test this out. So here is init Foobar. Interesting. Missing. Created. Whoa. Up. That's telling me it's time to get out of here. Oh. And that's me telling. No, it's not. Okay. What do I need to do? So this is kind of interesting because this appears to be... It happened asynchronously. Oh no. Create afterwards. This is just Vim. Hey, X Fortunes, how's it going? Okay. So env check. Env check. Read token. I don't know that I need... Let's see if this was created or not. Okay, cool. So it did create it. Excellent. Let me run the init again, and we should say... Okay, good. Ready. To delete. There we go. Okay, let's try like this. So I'll go ahead and remove it. And then run the init again. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Cool. Okay. So now we have the command to be able to initialize. Let's see, did I have that in here? Init subdomain, and then I've got that down here. I kind of want these to be a little bit closer to each other. I think I'm going to move the help down. The reason for that being that these two things kind of need to be seen at the same time. Okay, so we have, do we have clear in here? Set, clear. Okay, run. Update. Set, clear, run, enable, disable. Okay, so let's do the enable and disable. This is the part that is a little more tricky. Well, could be more tricky. Okay, sorry, I wasn't checking the comments just now. Good, and myself good. I'm tired, though. I need to get to bed soon. When you position your right hand, is it on JKL? It feels so awkward for me. I'm just now learning Vim. No, I am using Dvorak. So my right hand is on the same thing but in Dvorak. So and so for me, moving up and down is these two fingers, and moving left and right is these two fingers. So left and right isn't that much different, but up and down is different. And I was thinking about unlearning Dvorak and going back to QWERTY, but I tried it for 10 minutes and I thought, Dvorak just feels nicer. It feels easier on the fingers. Okay, so we've got my IP, we've got list, we've got init, we've got show IP, which I kind of want to just rename to get. Let's see. Add DuckDNS token. Show. Show subdomains. Let's see. Show this device's IP. Let's see. Show subdomains IPs. Update subdomain to device IP. Let's see. Unset IPs. Let's see. Run subdomain. Update subdomain every 5 minutes. Let's see if I can get this shortened down. Enable in system launcher. Disable in system launcher. Unboot or login. Oops, I got those mixed up. There we go. You are welcome. How should I structure this? Any thoughts? Should the usage be like this? I think above it kind of looks a little more awkward, but also gives the right amount of space. Just kind of hard to say. I could do this maybe. DuckDNS.sh subcommand arguments. And then we could do yeah. We can do this. Usage. And then we can do 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. And then we can do subcommands. I think this is the primo way to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we are. And then instead of the pound, do the hyphen. This gives us a lot more space. Yeah. This is how we'll do it. Show this menu. We still have this one's still a problem. So if we don't line them up nicely, if we do this instead, I don't know if I like that. But then this one looks right. So maybe we can shorten it down like that. And then we can still push all these out. They're better off than they were before. Set on the bottom might look okay with them lined up nicely. Okay, if I moved it down. I think I can just shorten this to IP. And then this one would be IPv6. So this one could be IPv4 or IPv6. IPv4 and or IPv6 explicitly. Okay. And I kind of want to replace this one, my IP, with just either call it my IP and this one either my IP or check IP. And then this one maybe IP subdomain. What do you think? Or we could call it get. Okay, and so then LMN HI LMNOP. Okay, so let's try... What does this look like? Yeah, I think this looks alright. I kind of would like one more space on this side, because I don't like it when something looks like it could be, you know, part of that uniform bit. I think we've got the room for it. Okay, so now we need the enable and disable commands, and then we're pretty much done with this, I think. Let me make sure I've got all the ones. So, okay, there's IP, there's my IP, and I kind of want that my IP to be separate because it's not actually related to DuckDNS. These two are not really related to the DuckDNS functionality. They just use good old-fashioned dig. Okay. And I at some point I'd like to have a last IP command. Actually, if you're not going to do it in the session that you're working on it, let's see. Don't put it in a comment. Comments are for code you're working on right now today. Or the to-do comments. To-do comments are not to stay in code for weeks or months or years or days even. Okay. So, list, init, update. Do we have update here? Update, yep. Set, clear, run. All right, we don't have enable, disable, and we do have help. So now we need enable and disable. Let me check my alphabet again real quick. Yeah, all right, good. So we're going to need enable and disable. Enable and disable. And I'm going to call this launcher install, launcher uninstall. Okay. So I'm just going to write these and then figure out where they go later. So launcher install. Oh, whoops. We actually can just take this like so. Dev null. Oops, not Webby, Serviceman. Okay. So I think what we need to do is say if it's root, if this is running as root, no, we should just try. See, how should we try this? All right, my sudo equals blank. And then if so my sudo equals sudo. If, what is it? Arch? No. Uname. Okay, and then here, what's uname? Uname is Darwin. Ah. If Darwin. Actually, I think it should just be launch control. That's probably the best way to go about it. If command-v launch control, then serviceman. I need to go check this, what I've got this on my local computer actually. Let's see. Serviceman add user name org. So let's say sh.duckDNS, and then we would actually be doing whatever this script is, DuckDNS.sh. So, wait, or how do we tell... POSIX get name of script. There might not be a way to do this in POSIX. Sorry, I keep on saying POSIX because that's what I'm used to, but it's POSIX. I'm changing. Your script is being sourced. Not work properly. Okay. Myself. So if it's sourced, we won't get the 0. Let's see here. Wait, is that what I want? Or do I want it like this? Okay, did I get that right this time? There we go. A little confusing. I want to be able to source this from other places, so I think this is the way that I have to do it. Okay. And if we are going to allow... Oh, so let's see here. Myself would become DuckDNS.sh command. And then my subcommand would become that. And then my subdomain IP1 becomes arg1. And IP2 becomes arg2. Okay, so now that I got all that out of the way, all right, now to have launcher install. So what was the reason that I started doing this? Oh. Ah. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have, if Serviceman is not already installed, we're going to install Serviceman. And then we are going to check to see only launch control macOS and systemd Debian Linux are currently supported. Launch control macOS and systemd Linux are the only launchers are the currently supported launchers. There we go. Alright, so here, add user, we give the name DuckDNS.sh subdomain. And then this is why we needed it, because I needed to specify itself. So DuckDNS.sh self. Or I guess it's not self, but rather command. There we go. And then run with the subdomain. There we go. That'll be it. All right, so if it's Mac, then it'll do this. And if it's Linux, and I guess we don't really need the elif, we can just do exit 0 and phi, and then same thing here. We can do exit 0 on that one. That's assuming that it actually runs correctly. Alright, so this would be sudo env path equals path, serviceman add system name, and then we'd probably give it a nicer name, subdomain dot DuckDNS.sh. We probably could make that hyphenated there. That might be the more appropriate thing to do. Okay, so I think that concludes adding the system launcher. So let me break this down a little bit into the component pieces, which I maybe should have done beforehand. So Serviceman will allow you to, on Mac and many, if not most Linuxes, create the correct template file for the service launcher, because creating a service launcher file is obnoxious and annoying and of very little value. So Serviceman just takes a standard generic template and then applies it. So you're saying Serviceman, I want to add, and then you're either going to do user for a user level service or system for a system level service. And typically when you're doing Mac OS, you always want it to be a user level service. Once the user logs in, things start. You typically the computer doesn't do anything until somebody logs in, because you have boot volume level encryption. And so when the thing boots up, it's waiting for you to use Touch ID or Face ID in order to get in, or to type your password if it's been 72 hours since the last time you typed in your password or whatever, right? So on Mac, that's the story. On Linux, if you're waiting until a user logs in to start a service, that's usually not very useful, because you're on a Raspberry Pi or whatever it is that you're on, and you want it so that when the power cycles, the thing comes back up, right? So you're picking either user or system, and then you're specifying the name. And on Mac OS, the reverse DNS notation is the kind of pseudo standard for how you're supposed to name things. So it's supposed to be a domain, but in this case, if we were to do the domain, it would be com.getHub.beyondcode.duckdns.sh. It'd be really long. So for the purposes here, sh.duckdns. whatever the subdomain is. And then you give Serviceman, and I don't think that env needs to be there actually. But we do need to have, path equals path. That we do need. So let's see here. That should be right. Okay. So we want to make sure that the... I don't even know if we're allowed to do that on Mac OS, actually. I have to think about that. Let me take a look at one of my services on Mac OS real quick and find out how it's being done. So we have it. I think it's in library, launch agents, org.duckDNS. Let's see what else we got. Just in case I've got the password in there, I'm going to move this over to the other screen so I can check that out real quick. Because it may be that when I set this up, I put my token in. Standard output, working directory. Okay. Yeah, so I don't think that we need to do the path for Mac. That looks fine. Okay. So let me go back here. One thing that we will want to do, however, is go into the home directory first. Okay, then because this functions in a subshell, that will be undone. We don't actually use the directory paths anywhere, but just so that it's clear that what is done will be undone. Because the changing directory path in a subshell is a kind of a nesting function. So if you create a new subshell, it'll be in that directory, and it can change directories, but when it exits, it will be in the previous directory. That's a really important piece of information. Okay, so yeah, if it's Mac OS, we're not going to need the path information because the path is going to be the same as the user's path is normally. So it is just going to be username and then whatever the command is, which we don't know exactly where this is going to be installed, so or if it's even in the user's path, and so we just put the command that it is given, and then we run with whatever the subdomain is. And then it doesn't need any other arguments. So that's good. That's pretty plain and simple. So I'm just going to put Mac OS here. And then here, Linux, Debian, Ubuntu, etc. A lot of people are upset about systemd because it's some sort of PSYOP spying mechanism, which I don't doubt. But it's what's there. Anyway, so then on Linux, we add system. We need to set the paths. So a couple of things we need to do on Linux. So you have to do env so that the current path that has serviceman in it will have serviceman and the duckDNS command when serviceman runs. Otherwise, if you do sudo, it'll say serviceman command not found. So we have to sudo env path equals path so that sudo runs with the current user path, and the only thing that we care about there is serviceman itself. So then, whoops, let me pull this down. So we got the env, then we have the serviceman system, and then we're setting the path in serviceman as well, because serviceman, the template that it generates, it needs to have the duckDNS command in the path. if it does, well, technically it shouldn't need that in the path, but we're going to presume that it does. Oh, and also, we want this to run as the current user, so we can do who am I, because we don't want it to run as root. We want it to run with the privileges de-escalated to the user that's running the DuckDNS. And then the name is going to be whatever the subdomain is, .DuckDNS.sh. That's fair enough. So we can add several of those. And then we're going to have the DuckDNS command and then run. So that's the same. But this first part is different, and several of the flags are different. So I kind of want to take the flags that are different. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, and then we need a disable command or function. So launcher uninstall. And the launcher uninstall is a bit simpler. We are still going to have some of the same things here. Oops. Why is this upset all of a sudden? Oh, probably because I just copied and pasted it with the same name. So there we go. Launcher uninstall. But then here, we actually are going to do launch control unload -w and then the name. So we're going to use it directly. And then I guess we'll have these down here. And then the same thing with Linux. It'll be sudo system control disable. And then it'll be the name of the service, which is going to be this. And there's actually it's gonna be 2 steps. So we're gonna have sudo stop. And then since this is sudo, we probably ought to echo out what we're gonna do, so that people know what the expectation is. So we're gonna stop and we're gonna disable. And then, oh, another thing that we need to do in this case, which, oh my goodness. So there we go. Let's go ahead and have that be hunky-dory day. We also need to echo sudo system control restart system d journal d. Now we need to restart that. Oh, not restart. Restart. Okay. So let's see if this will work out now. So we have the beyond foo. So let's go ahead and try this. We're going to try enable beyond foo. All right. Flag needs an argument. Let's try to name. Oh, whoops. I had this one just hanging there loose. That's why that was freaking out. Okay. Whoa! Error. DuckDNS could not be found in the path or working directory. Alright. Okay. Interesting. So let's get rid of that CD then, because that actually is not helping us. And then when we echo this, I kind of want to echo it without the path, because that's a bit too much. So not that I'm trying to be dishonest, but rather I'm trying to make this more clear. So maybe I could do it this way. There, I think that's the best way to go about it. Okay, so user bin system control. Oh, whoops. So Command-V. One thing I often forget to do with Command-V is to redirect to dev null so that the output doesn't stink up the output for the user. Okay, there we go. So let's see. I think that this sudo actually needs to go up here. Even though that's happening later. It's hard to say. Maybe we need a better prefix, such as running command. Same thing. Running command. We want this to be clear. Running command sudo ba-ba-doop-a-doop. Okay, making some assumptions. Because this is your current working directory. Okay. Running command sudo system restart. Alright. Okay, cool. So now, if I do a psaux and I search for beyond foo, there we are. So we can see there's a few instances of it running. Let's go ahead and kill all DuckDNS.sh. Kill all sh. And then take a look again. Alright, I'm just going to check. What if I... Okay, sudo system control. Let's do stop beyond foo. Oh, whoops. DuckDNS.sh. There we go. Now, do we have any of those running? No. Okay, so the reason that it was running multiple of them, I'm not quite sure. But let's see if it looks like it worked. Okay. No change detected. We're waiting 1 minute to try again. Deactivated successfully. Okay. So it looks like the system launcher is working just fine here. So let me just watch the journal. And we have it waiting 1 minute. We should probably have it wait. 1 minute's good. We could have a try every minute. That's fine by me. I think that's the timeout on it anyway. So there we are. All right, this project is kind of done now. There's probably a little bit more documentation needs to be done. There's maybe a little more cleanup, but this is our updater script. We have all the pieces. We have all the things that all the little niceties. And it's in POSIX, so POSIX script, so it will run on any Linux, any BSD, any Unix, any Mac, any Docker. There we go. Waiting 1 minute to try again. Waiting. Let's go ahead and put another thing there. Okay, I like that. And then let's try disable. Alright, that should have an exit 0 at the end of it. Okay. And for consistency, let's just keep that running command. Running command. Okay. And then this would be login launcher disabled. Alright. So we've got that. And then we can do the same thing here. Disabled system launcher. Okay. And I kind of want to alias these as maybe install and uninstall. I don't know. Alright, let me check my checkboxes here. Are we forcing the update? Oh, whoops. We could maybe do that later. We shouldn't have to force it. Subcommand to set up and install as a service. That's done. Subcommand to set up new subdomain. Okay. That's it. We've arrived at v1.0. Still going to need one more session to get this up on Webby. And then as far as usage goes, I think we can just take this. This is good right here. And let's just go through everything and actually check that it all works. So DuckDNS, my IP. Gets my IP address, great. DuckDNS IP, missing argument. Ah, yes. Beyond foo. Excellent. That's working great. Okay. List. Okay, that's looking good. I actually do want the list. There we go. So, hey, what's up, Elon? So this is my POSIX shell scripting project. It's a dynamic DNS updater, IP tracker. So you could put this on a Raspberry Pi or a Plex server or your laptop. This is something that I had a little script for that worked, and then I decided to blow it up into a project. And this is going to be, I'm kind of going to want to work backwards from this to develop the POSIX scripting course, because I think that just about everything that I've ever needed to do in a that is actually the POSIX part of POSIX scripting, I think I have in here. So there's a lot more to know in terms of the environment, using ripgrep and grep and sed and sd and things like that. But in terms of just the shell itself, almost everything that I've ever needed to do personally, I could look through Webby. Webby has everything that I've ever done except for I think reading a password, and it's all POSIX. But anyway, so this is a project for learning POSIX scripting. That's basically what it is. Yes, POSIX scripting is one of the courses that I am working on. Josh and I have talked about it, identified it as one of the things that is important, that is not out there right now. So, yeah, this is kind of prototyping. This will be the project for that course, I think. It would be video format and blog style, video style. So it'd be video and follow along. But if you know how to do the remote SSH in a browser type thing, I don't believe in remote SSH in a browser. I don't believe in that. Open up the daggone shell, you know. That's open up a shell on your own computer. But I'll be interested if you know of something that makes it easy to do the interactive pieces. I'd be interested in it, but I don't. It seems like that would be a lot of work for me to create, and especially if I was writing a POSIX interpreter in a browser or something that goes, sends commands to a Docker container or something like that. I think it'd be a little overkill. Anyway, what was I doing here? So, yeah, I was just saying that I want that to be listed. And then this one, there we go. Okay. Oh, whoops. There's one other thing I need to fix in there. Config.duckdns.sh. Oops. I think I might need to change this to -sh rather than .sh. Not 100% sure on that. Because that looks kind of confusing. I think I am going to change it. config DuckDNS.sh to DuckDNS-sh. Oops. Let me get a little further on it first. So I think I will do that, but let me get through the rest of the commands here. Let's go ahead and try them all. So we got a list, we got init. So if I run init on beyond foo, it says that's already there. Great. If I do it on foo, it says DNS token. I can cancel that. I run it again. I can put in wonkadonk. I can go ahead and delete that. Okay. What else? There's init, there's update. So update. This one should do the check subdomain first. Okay, good. So foo. Good. Update beyond foo. Why is this taking so long? This confuses me when it takes so long. I don't know what's going on there. So let's see. Update. This should have... There's my function. Oh, and the function just calls itself. Oops. That's why it was sitting there doing nothing. Alright. Update IPs. Okay. But I kind of like the way that I was doing it here. Okay, should I just hand that out? DuckDNS.sh subdomain. Okay. Alright, so I'm just testing everything manually here. Alright, I did not like the way that turned out. Echo dig. Yeah, kind of. Okay, let's say these ones come out together. And then these ones come out together. Trying to get this to look nice enough. Alright, that looks okay. That looks okay. That looks okay, I think. Alright. And then let's say we're running set, or even if we want update. Right. Update's right. So now let's look at how set, well, let's go back to update real quick. And then let's go to set. Okay, good. Set this one. Set this one. Uh-oh. Updating IPv6. KO. Let's see what happened there. I think I know what happened. I think that this, either way, whoops, I think that the first, if there's only one, it has to come first. Okay, it didn't like that. Why did it not like that? Okay, let's see what happened here. Updating IPv. 127.0.0.1. So that's okay, but it does not like trying to update IPv6 all on its own. What? Updating. Oh, whoops. That's probably what my whoopsie was. I had those reversed. No? Why is that a KO? Updating IPv6. And IP equals my IPv6, my IPv6. So it looks like you can't actually do the update of the IPv6 without updating the IPv4 as well. Note, this will likely fail. Seems to always need at least IPv4. IP equals domains token IPv4 param IPv6 param. Let's make sure IPv6 param. No, it is IPv4 param. So I think this actually should just be IP param. My IP param. IPv4 param. I think is just supposed to be my IP param. So my IP param is and IP equals. This one's and IPv6 equals. That one's and IP equals. That one's and. So maybe I should do it this way. It's not the way it's documented, but let's give it a try and see if it makes a difference. Who knows? Alright, so this actually is not in line with the documentation, but that's okay. We will just go with it. So this actually can be made simpler now, because the whole reason that I had this bit okay. If we have them both, if we have... Yeah... And now I can make this simpler. So it's simply and it does need to be IPv4 because it is IPv4 specific, as I just found out. I may have read the documentation wrong. All right. So there's IPv4 param, IPv6 param. If my IPv6 param and then I don't need to have all of this mess. Okay, so IPv4 and 6, IPv6, IPv4. All right, fine. And then this should be IPv4 param. Right? Right. Let's see. empty IPv6. Okay, I think that's about as simple as that can be. And then I think what I can do is I could echo this one, but then just change out the token to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. Oh, whoops. Let me see if I can pull this up. There we go. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Try this one more time. Wait a minute. My IPv6 param, IPv6 param, IPv6 param. So did I just run this? I'm so confused here. What did I do wrong? Okay, my IPv4 param. If not empty my IPv4, then my IPv4 param. My IPv6. My IP. Whoops. V6. So there's that one, that one, that one. Param, 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 param. And then param. So if it's not empty, if non-empty. Right. Okay, and then okay, if DuckDNS arg2, let me pass arg1 and arg2. If DuckDNS arg1, then we're passing the first one in, or we're passing the second one in. But we're passing one of them in. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Okay, wouldn't be great if someone, probably me, could create an interactive version of the course, like part 1 of the video. We learn about shell arguments, then we test if they implement it correctly. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Okay, what is missing here? DuckDNS.sh arg1. Okay, how is this not working? Oh, oops. There we go. That might be the missing piece. If not empty, my IPv4. Okay. So, boom. Updating IPv6, okay. Great. This looks great. All right, what was the rest here? Oh, all right, so we got to set, we got to clear. Okay, do we need the depth check for set? I don't think we do. But I think we do. See, we don't need it for clear either. Alright, that one worked. Alright. Run is going to be the same. I'm going to check to see what the log output looks like. Oh no, this is terrible. Oh, I just doomed it to be that way for 10 minutes now. Yeah, it's gonna wait 1 minute and try again. And it's gonna find nothing. Alright, and then enable beyond foo and disable beyond foo. Disabled system launcher. So this one, it already has output that's good enough. All right. Let's get this back up to date. Set foo. Set foo. There we go. Enable foo, disable foo. foo. Update foo. Run foo. Enable foo. Let me just get rid of all this stuff. Oh, did we have the init in here? All right. Configure. DuckDNS.sh init change me, or there we go. Let's see. Write your token to the config file, to the env file. Create the env file. There we go, there's that. Okay. Well, that looks good. It's got good documentation. The only thing it's missing is webinstall.dev. And you know, one of the reasons I embarked on this journey of making this all a single file, because for myself, I had it in 3 different files. And so now we've got it so that based on the subcommand that you enter, it executes a different function. And that's because I wanted it to be a single file for Webby. Okay, now let me go in here, and the last thing I want to do is just kind of alphabetize these functions, or get some sort of rhyme or reason to them. Okay, we've got a dep check here. Does the dep check ever dep check, dep check, dep check, dep check, dep check? Okay. First of all, fn check dig curl. I don't think that it ever needs to do this check. Because I think in every single case, it comes after, let's see, check subdomain. And check subdomain. Going to check if the subdomain argument isn't there. Check subdomain fn. Check subdomain. Okay, I think I'm just going to prefix all of these with a function. Whoops. Uh-oh, that's not right. Uh-oh. Alright, and then list is going to be the same. Just doing cleanup. Help will be fn help. Uh-oh, what happened? Why'd everything go dark? Oh, it was just a fluke? I hate flukes. Oh, maybe this should be authorize? I think I'm going to change that in README too. Uh-oh. Oh, that's just junk. Okay. env check, fn check, env. Okay. check curl dig env. I think this should actually be fn require env. Yeah, fn require env. Because there should be a distinct difference between checking something and requiring that something exists. Fn check curl dig env. Fn require curl dig. So if it's going to update, we need to have all right. I get what I'm doing here now. Now I understand myself. Fn check subdomain fn require. Hey everybody, how's it going? So I'm just renaming some stuff to make sure that I understand what it is that I am doing. So there's a require env, there's a require subdomain. Okay. And there is, let's see, show IPs. Is just going to be fn show IPs, sure. What else do I need here? So and I'll get these pretty much in alphabetical order. So launcher underscore can be fn launcher underscore. Launcher install, launcher uninstall. So set QRS. List, all of this comes after launcher. I like to keep things alphabetized so when you go back in the file, if you're adding something new, you know, where it needs to go specifically. DuckDNS clear. DuckDNS clear. Oh, whoops, I did that one. Alright, so DuckDNS clear and DuckDNS update. These two need to change position. Check env needs to go up here. DNS token. You know, I think that there should be an FN clear that is not so concerned with what the command line arguments are. There we go. This one also we should be able to put in 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's our clear. Auth should go up here. Disable goes before enable, actually. Alright, and the reason that help comes after is just because these two things are so similar. I could call one FN main help. And I could rename these so that they fit better to where I want them to be. I think I'm actually going to do this. I think I'm going to prefix these ones with command. No, I'm not. It's too much work. Okay, so I'm really close to being completely done with this. Let's just go from the top one more time. So if we're going to auth, I do kind of want this to be a command thing though. I want to have like a kind of a helper function and a command. Alright, so command auth, yeah. I do want that. Command clear. Yeah, that's gonna make it. That actually makes it easier to work with. Alright. require subdomain. And this is update. And this is show IPs. And this one is my IPs. Let me get. Let's see here. Command update. Command IP. Disable. Enable. I don't even know if that's the right thing for it. But yeah, we'll go with command on each of these. Command list, command run, command set, command update. And then command auth, command clear, command IP, command update, command my IP. Whoops. And okay, so I don't need. Where was the command list? I see here. Command list needs to have this inside of it. Require curl. The only thing that needs that should be run and let's see. Yeah, that makes sense. Just run an update. So I'm going to make this a refactor commit. So in case I mess anything up, I've got the history of it before I messed it up. Because this is, I'm changing every single line of the file pretty much. Okay, so here, fn check env require subdomain. Read token. st. Alright, this is command launch install, command launch uninstall. So let's take these commands and put them where they belong. Install, command uninstall, then function list, which actually that does go down back where it was. The functions. Fn, check, duck, require. Oh wait, should be right before require, huh? And this one was, so read secret and read token are gonna come right before the requires are the reads. Alright, there we go. Now everything's separated out into its pieces. Nothing begins with an underscore anymore. Command auth, command clear, command launcher, uninstall, install, helper function. List IP run. Okay. So this one requires a subdomain. This one requires a subdomain. Is there anything else that one requires? You can check for the environment variables. If they exist, it doesn't need to worry about it. IP requires a subdomain. It doesn't really require... Oh, it does require dig. I think this should be broken down into two commands. There should be a require curl and a require dig. So here's our require curl command. And here's our require dig command. Which ends up being so small that it almost feels like, well, nah, it does save a little bit to kind of have them in line rather than copy and paste that everywhere that one or the other is needed. So fn require curl. Oops. So does update really need both? Update does. And run really does. So what I was going to say with this IP was that dig is required. And with the launcher install, curl is required. And launcher uninstall. Oh. Actually, for both of these, subdomain is required. I don't know how I missed that the first time around. Okay, so curl is required, subdomain is required. For list, nothing's required for list. For IP, curl is required. For run, I need subdomain, env, curl, and dig. Everything's required. For set, subdomain, env, curl are all required. For update, subdomain, env, curl, and dig. But wait, for run, curl and dig are also required. But for set, dig is not required for set because we're not checking that. Okay, then check env. Clear, update, list. Read secret, read token, require curl, require dig, require env. And actually I want to get rid of that. There we go. Require subdomain. Update IPs, and then main. I kind of want to call this no main or something like that. Actually, I've got one. No op. Don't do anything. There we go. And I think I kind of want to surround that by underscores on either side. Maybe double underscores. Yeah, that looks kind of standoutish. Okay, cool. So now, let me go ahead and run this through one more time, and then I'm going to call it done. Alright, my IP, working. IP. Oh. There we go. And then likewise, IPv6 here. All right, let's try that again. IP beyond foo. Okay, that's a little bit better. List. Already seen that. Off. So this one requires the subdomain in a different way. Must provide a subdomain to authorize. For reference, these are already have tokens for let's try that. Whoa! Read secret. Alright, there we go. Alright, that one worked. Just going through and testing them all out. Alright, so we got past off. So let's do update beyond foo. Okay. No change detected. This is kind of superfluous now. Yeah, whatever. I'm going to leave it for now. Okay, set. clear. I kind of did those out of order, that's fine. Alright, and then run. Okay, clear. Set. Update. Good. Enable. Disable. Alright. And then what was I gonna do? Run beyond foo. Okay, we've got none. We're gonna set something. Updating IPv4. Great. Reorder and rename all functions and commands. Oh, whoops. Doc. Rename init to off. Let's reword that one. Let's move this one here and let's squish that in. So this would be feet implemented. Commands, including service launcher. Reorder, rename. Okay, well. There's probably a way to check out a specific file. Webby/DuckDNS. That's what this would be. It kind of, again, makes me want to rethink if the name of the command should be DuckDNS.sh or DuckDNS. And should the repo be DuckDNS-sh? DuckDNS.sh. I think DuckDNS.sh is the right name for the command. Uh-oh. My heater's not heating? Oh, there. It's just blowing a little cool air right now. Because they're done heating because it's warm. I just felt a little bit of the cool air. I got worried, you know. Okay. Whew. That is kind of a big project. It's bigger than I thought. I think it's the right size for this. Okay. Git checkout subcommands. Alright, last time looking at the logs here. Everything looks good. Everything's pushed and up to date. Okay, let's double check that that is true. I think this is ready to remove the whip. And we're ready to tag this with V1 commits. Yep. Okay. Cool beans. I wonder if I could get this in GitHub releases or something. Let's go ahead and do a whip on this. And let me just go ahead and try to install this. Oh, you know what? Might want to make one change. Check out V1.0. Pen to branch V1. So the reason for this is as far as the install the install command should include the version. That's a decent human thing to do. My branch equals V1. Go. checkout-bv1. We can push this. Checkout bump. Push that. And let me go ahead and make this pull request. And then I'm going to go ahead and push that up. Okay, so let's check out what's actually been done here. We've got enable command, init command, let's see, of our branch, no, not branch. Alright, this one we can get rid of, subcommands we can get rid of, webev1 and bump we can get rid of. Typo fix we can get rid of. Alright, so those are branches. But we've got our PRs here for reference. What? I'm so confused. Didn't I just create a PR for all the things here? I could have sworn that I just looked at something that had a bunch of different file changes. Where did that go? Well, made it into main. So I'll just look here. Let's see here. Via this and via that. And this is actually not going to be init, but off. Oops. All right, there we are. So all of that gets checked off. And we can move these to-dos over to somewhere else. So let me close that out. And then say v1.1 roadmap. Publish to Webby. Okay. Oh, so I wanted to try this on my local computer. That's what all this hubbubaloo was about. Let me go ahead and move this over. And let's see. DuckDNS.sh. And I'm just going to try all the commands real quick on my computer. Let's see, my IP works. Interesting. Huh. That doesn't quite look right. All right, list. All right, that works. Just running through these commands again. Let's see. Set, run. Oh, you know what? I think there is one thing that may not be working correctly. I have to see. But I'm not sure if the clear to remove one is working. I have to double check that later. Okay. Well, I tried out all of the commands. And let's see. Oh, interesting. I do need to put the -q on curl. I'm just going to make a little silence mac curl BSD Mac OS curl with -q. Or something. Let me check and see if I have some curls that don't. They should be silenced. Oh, that one is not. Okay. Silence curl for clear. That one is not silenced. And also the one for update. That one is not silenced. It's not silenced, but quiet would be the right way to say it. Because we do want the output to be there, but we don't want the logging messages to be there. And then uniformly consistently quiet curl and use max time 5.5. Okay, those are the things that we need to do next time. Okay. Well, this is not so bad. And I might actually want to go ahead and do that, make that one change right now. So I think I will. We're gonna make the one change with curl. So start with curl up at the top. So this stuff right here, the max time. Curl FSSL. So fail, silent, but show errors, and follow redirects. Okay. Oh, and then anywhere that we're just using curl like this, let's make sure that we put the max time on there. Hangout-B curl, and oh, I got a notification on Mac OS X or Mac OS. SH is an item that can run in the background. You can manage this item in login settings. Quiet curl consistently. Consistently quiet and timeout curl. Okay. So here we go. And also, let me do this. Get checkout main. Okay, get tag force. Get push tags force. Get checkout v1. Get rebase curl. Oh wait. Get checkout v1. Get push. Get checkout main. Get tag v1.0.1. Get push. So we look at the log. That all looks right. We can get rid of this README file. We can get rid of this branch. Whoops. We can get rid of the subcommands branch. We can get rid of the typo fix branch. We can get rid of the... What branches do we have left now? Should have. Get rid of that branch. Okay. So branch V1 should be up to date with main. Good. And now branch curl should be up to date with main, which means that we can get rid of curl branch. Keep our V1. And let me go ahead and try this with the latest update here. Probably need some sort of, let's see here. I'm going to put in for our roadmap on this. Not sure how we're going to add version info here, but I think we need to have some version info. DuckDNS.sh. Update. Oh! KO, huh? Alright, so there's definitely a bug. Uh-oh. Let me see if I can fix the bug here. So there's an IPv6. It's detecting. So let's see. Command update. FN update IPs. So it's checking IPv4, IPv6, IPv4, IPv6. Current. Okay. All right, let's see what's going on here. IPv6. None. Alright, so somehow oh, interesting. Oh, okay. So I kind of have a special case because I have 2 IP addresses on round robin. Okay, so there's not a bug, but since I have 2 IP addresses on round robin, if round robins between them when it does the update, then it can think that my second IP address is IPv6 because of the problem with the way that IPify works. So let's see. Something better than IPify for IPv6. We could probably come up with something on DigitalOcean for that, if need be, at some point in the future. Oh. Alright, so that's all good. Alright, so I don't even remember what it was that was being so loud that I thought, oh, I don't really like how loud that is. I think I was just running update. And now that's looking good. So I'm happy with that. Okay. Well, this project is now at a solid v1.0.1. I guess if we look at tags here, Do we have releases? Yeah, let's go ahead and let's just call this thing a release. Choose a tag. Release title. Okay. Example.env is looking good. DuckDNS script is looking good. README's looking good. Everything's looking good here. All right. Well, then that is it for this project for now. The only other thing we will be doing is adding it to Webby, as far as I know. If there's any features that you think ought to be here, let me know. And then I guess the other thing that we will be doing is figuring out how to work back from here with all of the different things that we learned during this process. And again, there's going to be some study sessions where I'm going to go through this Linux command line book. Oh, you can't see it. This one. And also there's one over here. We're going to go through these books in some study sessions. But we're going to work backwards from this to build a course, because I think if you could write this script, you're pretty darn good at your POSIX. Sorry, POSIX. I've had years I've been saying it POSIX. So POSIX. You're pretty good at your POSIX scripting in that case. One thing I do want to do, actually there's one more thing, is desk author and such. Okay, so with that all out of the way, I'm going to sign off for the night. So, thanks for tuning in. I think that you have a good one. I hope that you have a good one, and I will catch you next time. All right, adios.